Remember everybody's meeting. Good morning and welcome to the regular board meeting for Tuam Utilities District of Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024. Director Jacobs, will you lead us in the pledge to the flag, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to open the public forum. We'd like to welcome members of the public who have taken the time to attend this meeting and provide comments on matters related to district business. Any member of the public may address the board relating to any matter within the board's jurisdiction. This section is for comments on items not listed on the agenda. Person speaking during the public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of persons wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. While no action or discussion may be undertaken by the board on topics presented in this section, board members are listening carefully to those comments and appreciate your input. Is there anyone who would like to address the board? David.
President Kearns, I would like to address the board on behalf of the gentleman I've just met here in the boardroom. He was here a few minutes before our meeting started. And his concerns for himself was he's a minimal user of our water system, and the rates being where they are, having a burden sometime affording the minimal water connection to our potable water system for public. And I just wanted to take a moment to emphasize to the board going forward into the future, the gravity of proper use and, addressing water rates and increasing costs and all that, to be sure that each individual board member remembers that, our constituents are public ratepayers, and just emphasize that, there are people out there that are struggling to afford even the minimum service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Boatwright. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board under public comment? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public forum. Melissa, next item, please.
Okay, consent calendar. Item number 1, minutes of the regular board meeting of October 8th, 2024. Item number 2, investment report as of September 30th, 2024.
Is there any director who'd like to pull either one of the items? Okay. If not, what's the pleasure of the board?
Member of the public comment?
Okay, you're right. Public, any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar. Any further comment? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Regular business. Melissa.
Okay, item number 3, annual audited financial reports for year ending June 30th, 2024.
Right, Carolyn?
Good morning. Well, I have the honor to be here today with our auditor who is attending remotely, but I just wanted to let you know that she is here remotely to present our audited financial statements, but just a brief statement from which I believe was in your staff report. But TUD, in accordance with law, is required to have an annual independent audit conducted by an independent certified public accountant. This information is filed with the State Controller's Office. The minimum requirements of the audit are prescribed by the controller and should conform to generally accepted auditing standards. Richardson and Company, LLP, they are our independent outside auditor, and they conducted the district's audit this year. and Ingrid Sheplin she's a managing partner of Richardson and Company. She'll present that fiscal year 2024 independent auditors reports, the financial statements, notes to the financial statements, and required supplementary information. So she is here remotely, and I'm going to be sharing her PowerPoints for you. So that 1 second, let me just get those up on the screen. And then I'll turn it over to her.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm here to present the results of the fiscal year 24 audit. And we'll go on to the next slide. So this lists out the various reports that we issued as a result of the audit. Our primary goal of the audit is to issue an opinion on the financial statements. The district prepares their own financial statements, and so our objective is to ensure that they are fairly presented. We also issued reports on internal control and compliance in relation to the federal grant funding that was received during the year. And then there's 2 additional letters. One contains certain required communications, and then a management letter with recommendations. So I will highlight these various reports in my presentation. Next slide. So the opinion that we issued on the financial statements is considered an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements, indicating that they are fairly presented in accordance with required accounting principles. We had minimal, only 1 adjustment identified during the audit process. Also, as part of our audit, we reviewed the internal controls and procedures and concluded that the district has no material weaknesses in internal controls. And we also evaluated the district's compliance with federal grant requirements and determined that the district is in compliance with those requirements related to the grant funding. Next slide. This slide is a summary of the asset section of your statement of net position, also referred to as balance sheet, and it compares 2024 with 2023 amounts. Just to highlight some of the changes that you're seeing there, your cash balances increased by $3 million, mostly attributable to positive cash flow from operations. The restricted cash balance decrease that you're seeing there of $4 million is related to the expenditure of the remaining debt proceeds related to the sewer project. The capital assets, which is all of your infrastructure, land, buildings, equipment, etc., you're seeing there a total increase of $12.9 million. There's 2 components to that. You had about $16.8 million of capital expenditures, about $10 million of which was related to the sewer treatment plant work. And then that's also offset by the depreciation on those assets during the year of $3.7 million, which reduces the capital assets. Next slide. This slide summarizes the liability section of your balance sheet. Long-term debt, you're only seeing a slight decrease there, but what's not showing up in this slide is the fact that your construction funding that you had for the sewer project was refunded, and now the long-term funding from the USDA is in place, and that is an amortizing 40-year loan. Overall, your debt repayments during the year were $341,000. The net pension liability increased about $1.2 million up to $17 million. Those amounts are calculated by the CalPERS actuary and is mostly related to losses on the CalPERS investment portfolio. The net OPEB liability, that's the retiree healthcare benefits. That liability increased up to $8.5 million, about a $2.3 million increase. The district is contributing to that plan, but when the actuary did their valuation, the premium payments and the actual experience was higher than what they projected. So that resulted in them bumping up that liability for June 30, 2024. Next slide.
Sorry, Ingrid, it's
That's okay.
not wanting to go.
So this summarizes the basically the equity section of your, oops, I think it advanced one too much. We can go back one slide. There we go. So this summarizes the basically the equity section of your balance sheet. And you can see most of your equity is tied up in your infrastructure capital assets, which is what the 105 million represents. And then you have some small amounts restricted for capital improvements and debt service. Looking at the unrestricted net position in the water fund, you'll notice that increased from a deficit of 2.2 million last year up to a positive 1.7 million, so about a $3.9 million increase. The sewer unrestricted reserves increased also about 3.9 million up to 11.3 million. So basically the 1.7 and the 11 million represent reserves available for future use that you are building up with the rate increases that went into effect. Next slide. So this summarizes the income statement that's on page 24 of the financial statements. And the operating revenues, which is mostly the water sales, you'll see increased 4.8 million. And that is attributable to the rate increases that were effective August 1st of 2023, which equated to about a 28% increase in water rates and about an 18% increase in the sewer rates. Operating expenses increased 4.7 million. A majority of that is a result of the pension-related adjustments that increased expenses by 2.5 million. Another 1 million of that increase is related to salary and other benefit cost increases, and the remaining changes due to just overall administration and repairs expenses. Then if we look down at the net income before capital contributions, so that's basically the amount that you're adding to reserves during the year. So it's a positive 7.3 million, which is an increase compared to the 6.3 million that you had in 2023. The capital contributions line represents funding that's received that's used for capital acquisitions and construction. Of the 9.4 million that you're seeing there, 8.8 million is related to grant funding, most of which is for the USDA project. Part of it was funded with grant funds and part was funded with loan funds. And then the capital facilities charges are also included in that amount. Next slide. So the required communications letter contains a variety of items discussing the scope of the audit. Some of the other items discussed in that letter are areas where we identified adjustments during the audit process. We only had one adjustment, and that was just related to the discount rate that was used to value the cell tower leases. It wasn't an error, just a kind of a difference as far as interpreting what discount rate to use. So overall, the fact that there was only one adjustment or change, indicates that, the audit was very clean. Carolyn and her staff did an excellent job of closing the books and preparing for the audit. We just had one unadjusted difference, and that actually relates to an item that was identified by staff a correction that was made to the cell tower lease calculations, which affected the prior year, but we opted not to go back and adjust prior year amounts. So overall, good, clean audit. The letter also discusses areas where estimates are used. I'd already mentioned the changes in the pension and the OPEB liability. The pension liability is calculated by CalPERS annually, and there tends to be a lot of volatility, especially in recent years, because of the really the market conditions and the assets that are held by the plan. And same with OPEB. There's also been a lot of variations lately having to do with changes in premiums, as well as losses on the portfolio that you hold those assets in. Next slide. The next is the report on internal control and compliance. And this is also considered a clean report, indicating that we noted no weaknesses in internal controls and determined that the district has a good system of internal controls in place. And also, we determined that the federal requirements were met. The federal expenditures that we tested this year were total 7.6 million of USDA funds for the wastewater treatment facility. Next slide. We also issued a management letter, and this contains other items we're required to, or just make recommendations on. None of the items, the item in the letter is not considered a material weakness, but just an other recommendation. In the audit, we noticed that there's been a discrepancy between the inventory system and the general ledger that's been going on pretty much since the implementation of the new system. That difference has increased up to 18,000. The change in this past year was only a couple thousand, but since that amount is growing, we just made a recommendation that the district look into the cause of those discrepancies and make the appropriate corrections either in the inventory system or the general ledger. Again, not anything material, but since that difference is growing, would be a good time to take a look at what is causing that difference. So that concludes my presentation. I do want to thank Carolyn and her staff for all the hard work they did in preparing the audit and the great job that they did in the closeout. As you're aware, Carolyn came on board, halfway through this year and had turnover in staff, and yet she still did an excellent job in as portrayed by the excellent audit results.
Thank you, Ingrid.
Have any questions?
Any questions for Ingrid? Well, thank you, Ingrid. We appreciate it. And Carolyn, congratulations on you and your staff. Very good audit report.
Thank you. And thank you, Ingrid. I hadn't worked with this audit firm before, and they're a pleasure to work with, easy to work with, super knowledgeable, and it was a pleasure to work with them. So thank you, Ingrid.
Is there any public comment? Okay. All right, Melissa, do we need to accept this? Okay. And I'll entertain a motion to accept the report.
I move we accept the report.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the annual audited financial reports for the year ending June 30th, 2024. Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Ingrid. Thank you, Carolyn. Okay, before we move on, Melissa, I see we have Quincy Yaley and Ron Koff here. You guys are here for Valley Vista, correct? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move Valley Vista up, and we'll do the resolution for Sierra Pines after we're done there. So with that, I'm going to recuse myself and let Vice President Ringen take over the meeting. Thank you.
Hey, Melissa, please.
Hey, Item number 5, consider approval of 3 agreements regarding water and sewer service to the Valley Vista development.
Okay, this is largely, Jesse's going to present this to the board, but just a little bit of an introduction. So some time ago, in the last few months, I daylighted the board that 2 agreements that we had with Valley Vista, the original and the amendment, had expired. It was recommended by the board that we send both those items to both the Water and the Sewer Committee, with the recommendation that staff work with Jesse, our legal counsel, and me to come up with new agreements. The original goal was to consolidate the 2 agreements into 1 agreement. But after a lot of thought and debate and careful consideration, Jesse, our legal counsel, determined it was nearly impossible to have 1 agreement, but yet 3 agreements. 1 for the water, which was the original, 1 for the sewer, and a 3rd for the tank that's part of the water side. So that's what we landed on. And then the other part of both committee recommendations was to bring those agreements back to the board for consideration. Here we are. Jesse.
Yeah, thank you, Don. Good morning, members of the board. As Don indicated, I worked with staff and Don on preparing these agreements. In addition, the draft agreements were shared with Mr. Kopf, the developer, as well, and we received comments back from him that were incorporated. As Don summarized, the idea initially was to save some time and consolidate the 3 different actions into 1 agreement. And those 3 actions being, or 3 different subjects, I should say, being the agreement for water service, the agreement for wastewater service, and the agreement for the construction of an extra water tank. But because they have different timelines, different requirements, for example, being the water is subject to the water rules and regulations, whereas wastewater is subject to the ordinance. And so it just didn't fit to try to combine all 3 into 1 agreement. So I separated them into distinct subjects, 3 separate agreements, each with a fixed timeline for completion. Other than that summary, I think I hope to think that the board has had the opportunity to review those agreements. There's a lot because there are 3 agreements. And, if there are comments, I'm happy to answer those questions. If not, I'd be happy to, hear from the public or staff if they have anything additional to add that they think should be shared. All right, I'll stop talking. Thank you.
Okay, I guess with that, is there any board member with any comments, questions, or anything for Jesse? Yes. Oh, yes, go ahead.
I had a couple of questions, but unfortunately technology seems to be failing me this morning as far as pulling up the full agenda. The question is, in the water tank agreement, it says that TUD is participating at 200 and, by memory, 57,000 per 500,000. So it's shown as an increment instead of total cost. How many increments of 500,000 is the tank going to cost?
Good morning. I did see, I think I know where you're referencing in the agreement, and it's intended to say there's a 270,000 out of 500,000 gallon share, meaning the district share of the 500,000 gallons is 270,000 gallons, which equates to 50, I can't recall exactly, 58% or 59% of the overall cost. So you might be just reading it differently, but it's just a ratio that is representative of the district's share of the overall tank volume.
Okay, do we have an estimate on the tank cost? So we're doing a 500,000 gallon tank. District portion is at 257, so I got that. But
We do have estimates, and I'll refresh the board's memory. We're proposing a bolted steel tank. Originally, we had a welded steel tank. But the estimates are probably premature only from the standpoint that this tank likely won't be built until the very end range of the grant that we're going to receive. So we're expecting the grant to cover the district's entire cost share. But to directly answer your question, we're seeing costs, that are $1.50, even a gallon. But for a bolted steel, because the site work's all done and all that, I would expect we're probably in the range of about $1 a gallon. So about $500,000 to put up the tank. The site work has already been completed and those costs haven't fully been tabulated.
okay, what was the consensus or determination for going to a bolted steel tank versus a welded tank for longer longevity?
That was discussed and adopted in an amendment from the board when we went through the original developer agreement. To be honest with you, the district's installing bolted steel tanks right now, and it's a mixture. And we have a tank master plan we're working on to really clarify when it makes sense to put in a bolted tank versus a welded steel tank. And the life cycle cost. It's debatable if the life cycle cost is less with a bolted tank than a welded tank. So in this case, the board adopted a previous amendment that allowed for the bolted tank, and that's what we're continuing to propose for the development.
Okay. A further question going into the wastewater service agreement. The pipeline under the highway is currently constructed already, and that has been put in a sleeve in case there's any problems in the future.
Yes, the developer had a deadline, I believe, around November 1st or November 15th, somewhere in that range. And understanding that weather could impact his schedule and the encroachment permit through Caltrans, he went ahead and installed a sleeve, open cut the highway, installed the sleeve and installed the force main and got it outside of the Caltrans right away. And he'll return probably next spring to complete the rest of the construction.
All right, that's all the questions I have at this point. I might have been some more.
Okay. Anyone else? No? Well, I do have a question for Jesse. Good morning. I read these and you're right, they're pretty involved. Good job. I'm not a lawyer, but and that proves it took me having to read it twice at least to try and figure out what was going on. But on page 6 of the wastewater agreement is the only place that I could see. I attended the wastewater committee meeting of August 20th, and I brought up several items that concern me at that meeting. And I don't see where they've been addressed in this agreement other than the constant use of 2 TUDs requirements or something to that extent. How do we know that these issues, which I felt were pertinent and numerous other people did too, although I've been told by certain people that it was silly, but how do we know that they've been involved in this project or will be involved in this project?
Yes, thank you, Director Ringen. Could you be more specific on page 6 of the wastewater agreement?
Oh, I'm sorry. One of the, I guess, okay. One of the things I brought up was that we're pumping this influent uphill approximately 2 miles. And so what I was concerned about was wipes and other things in the pipes, and then, you know, in other words, solid objects being tried to be pumped uphill, and the possibility of blockages or whatever, and then maybe a blowout and everything coming back downhill. So the only thing I see there is in the last sentence or so, it says the developer's monthly charge, in addition to any other service charge revenue, will fund costs associated with electricity, removing wipes from the pipes, and other maintenance activities. Because that's the other complaint I've had about this all along. I don't think TUD should be handling the wastewater situation on this project, but that's, we're past that. That's water under the bridge apparently now. But our ratepayers are going to have to pay twice once we assume this system, pay twice to for electricity to pump it uphill to get it to our wastewater treatment plant. And so I'm asking if somehow this last sentence covers all that. Will there be a surcharge or whatever you want to call it for that development, because the influent has to be pumped twice uphill? And I don't think it's fair for our ratepayers to be subsidizing that.
In a word, yeah, thank you, Director Ringen. In a word, yes. That sentence was drafted very broadly to cover electricity costs associated with any other any other maintenance activities specific to the new users. So once those new users come online, phase 1, the developer is going to be paying a surcharge associated with the electricity cost, as well as removing wipes and any other maintenance activities specific to the phase 1 of the Valley Vista development. So in a word, yes, I believe it is broad enough, and it is, you know, it wasn't, you may have wanted it more specific, but in this instance, I suggest you leave it broad, and that way it will cover more costs that are specific to the phase 1 users. Because, you know, if you draft it too specific, there may be other costs in the future that we believe, that TUD believes should be more appropriately assigned to the developer or the users. And leaving it broadly will allow TUD to do that.
Okay, I can appreciate that. And also I want to state that it's not my intention to burden the people of this development with overage charges. I just want them to pay their fair share so that our ratepayers, current ratepayers, are not subsidizing them. So I guess my final question then is, I understand from what you just told me, you know, that makes sense to leave it broad, but how does this board and how does the current ratepayers know that these items are going to be actually taken care of once the connections are hooked up and people are paying their monthly or bi-monthly bills?
I think in the same manner that, you know, there are a variety of situations. There are numerous developments within TUD that are assigned surcharges. And I would presume that these surcharges are going to be accommodated or imposed in the same manner, whether it be through, well, it'll probably be through staff, And there'll probably be a task order or a job number associated with it, and it'll be assigned, and these extra costs will be accumulated and then distributed to the developer and or the users, whichever is most applicable at that situation at that time. So it's this, my short answer is the same way that current surcharges are being allocated and paid for.
Okay, well, we could only hope. Thank you very much for your input. Anyone else?
Director Ringer,
Yes.
may I ask the,
Go right ahead.
kind of the same question, but actually directed towards Carolyn. In the sanitary sewer system, do we have development charges that are different according to how the transportation of wastewater to the treatment plant is done? An example would be a Cold Springs marble quarry customer. Do they pay to actually have it transported through two lift stations, Cold Springs and then Parrots Ferry, or?
I'm going to try. I'm not as articulate as Carolyn, but in the case of rates, no. There's one rate that covers the general function of all wastewater collection and treatment and disposal of the district. In terms of capacity charges, there is a specific capacity charge that each new connection pays based on the number of sewer lift stations they flow through. So we do collect a capacity charge intended to fund the replacement of those sewer lift stations, but the electricity and the maintenance and the general operating expense is paid out of the singular sewer rate that everyone pays. The surcharge that we're talking about on this development is really a charge until the development builds enough or has enough connections to fund what we've estimated to be the operating expense. Because when there's just one service out there, our folks are still maintaining the pumps, they're still maintaining the lift station building, manholes, all of that, and there just isn't sufficient revenue to fund that. So what you see in Exhibit C of the agreement is the surcharge, Director Ringen, that we expect would be collected on day one to handle all of the issues that you're talking about until there's enough rate revenue generated by the customers in the development. They take over and they fund the remaining portion.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else with any? Yes, please.
Yeah, I don't have any issues. I just want to thank Jesse and Dawn for working on this. It reads much better, and I appreciate you incorporating my comments, Jesse. Thank you.
Very welcome, Director Balin. And I did not do this by myself. Thanks also to your staff. Incredibly helpful to explain to me how the system works and how they offered numerous suggestions on how to get around some very particular problems that are specific to this development. So I couldn't have done it by myself. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions or comments from the board? No, then I'll bring it to the public. Anyone with any questions or comments out there?
Good morning. Thank you very much for all the work that was done on this. I appreciate Jesse's work, the board's work, the committee's work, staff. As Jesse noted, there's nothing easy about putting some of these agreements together and trying to do these infill communities that we all seem to want. What I'd like to talk to you about right now is that the sewer option has two options to consider. Director Ringen has noted in committee at board meetings that customers should not have a financial impact from this project, and we agree. It's also been noted that our county needs more housing, and this community is a good example of infill development that we need more of. TUD has encouraged more housing in the past by changing the timing of the payment of hookup fees from building permit to certificate of occupancy, which greatly helped a lot of the homeowners because then you don't have to include those fees in your construction loan and pay the points on that up front. You put it in your permanent loan. So it helps with the overall financing of the project. So that was a good benefit. The Valley Vista community with 230 homes will have a financial benefit for TUD ratepayers with the additional hookups once we meet the thresholds of where you're more on a break even and a positive basis. So it provides more housing. There's more homeowners to spread everything about, and that works. The question is, as we've talked about with staff, is how fast do these homes how fast do these homes sell, and when do we hit that break even point? As you can probably imagine, there's a lot of costs that are associated in this infill community, and with COVID and supply chain issues and increase in material costs, there's nothing inexpensive about putting one of these projects together or in the ongoing overhead cost from a monthly basis. Engineering in the sewer agreement has provided 2 spreadsheets with TUD out-of-pocket costs and the depreciation calculated, and the number of homes needed to hit those thresholds. In both cases, TUD out-of-pocket expenses for staffing, maintenance, and electricity are covered on a monthly basis. The first option looks at the depreciation on a 20-year basis, and that starts from day one. What we would like to look at is a depreciation that's based more on an 18-year basis, so we defer it for 2 years to help with some of the overhead expenses while we're going forward and bringing more homes on board that will let us go cash flow this project a little bit better. So with the 18-year depreciation, there's still no out of pocket. The infrastructure is brand new. And if we don't hit the housing threshold needed for that to hit a break even, we'll pay more in the future, but it gives us sort of a 2-year basis just on the depreciation, not on the overhead operational standpoint from TUD. So we're asking you to consider that option versus the 20-year depreciation that starts on day one. With that, that's really the only change. We've gone through this agreement. We agree that, it's a complex agreement, but it was very well drafted. We thank Jesse and staff for putting that together. And if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Ron. Just quick question, since you mentioned the need for housing. How many homes in phase 1 will be affordable, classified as affordable according to the state grants?
The affordable component is based upon a percentage of the average home. And while we were looking to try and make these homes as affordable as possible, there are no technically affordable homes that are in that first basis. When you're designated in that affordable component, then the county takes control of those. They figure out who they're sold to and everything else with that. We are looking at in what we have our condominium proposed area, or where we were originally looking to do a visionary homes apartment project that would have been affordable in that, and they couldn't get the grant funding for that because for some reason, even though we were right in between Jamestown and Sonora, it didn't meet the thresholds to hit all the grant funding for that. With the state deficit component right now, Visionary Homes was looking at another project at Greenlee and Kalamazoo and was not able to put the funding together for that as well. Although we anticipate that we will be able to hit some of those thresholds in that more compact, smaller home neighborhood. We haven't put the final numbers together on that, but they won't be truly designated affordable because we want them to just sell on the market, where then it doesn't have all the restrictions of having to resell and what that prorated amount is and the other components with it.
Anyone else with any questions? Well, I have one for Jesse. He's made a request for some change with the I can't remember all the words that described it, but for in the contract anyways. How is that going to get handled? Who's going to be looking over that and addressing it?
in the same way that it would probably be the same staff. I mean, I think staff would be in a better position to answer that, but I think it would be in the same way that the existing, if TUD accepts if this board accepts the contract as written, it would be TUD staff that would make sure that the surcharge is going to be collected on an annual basis to make sure that the extra maintenance costs or wipe removal or whatever the extra maintenance costs may be for the service of this facility or this development might be, it will be the same staff that would do it under the alternative. What the developer is proposing, Mr. Kopf is proposing, is a slightly different formula that I think brings TUD to the same point. In recovery of costs. I'd like to hear a further explanation from Mr. Kopf on why he thinks the alternative might be better for TUD.
Well, as you mentioned, I think it gets us to the same point. So what we're looking for is it's really just a way of deferring some of the upfront costs on a monthly basis, but still getting everybody to the same point. And we feel that this, with the housing needs and everything out there, this community will have a good absorption. But, you know, as staff has pointed out, we can't guarantee what that absorption is. So all we're looking to do for the first 2 years is have a little flexibility on the costs associated with that, because there's also HOA fees that are paid on a monthly basis. There's staffing, there's operational overhead, there's interest carry and everything else. So we're just looking at ways that we can just cash flow things a little bit better, so it helps us keep everything more affordable as we move forward and still get TUD to the same point.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kopf. Yeah, I do see how it would get TUD to the same point, and it seems like the primary difference between your alternatives is simply the first 2 years. You're looking for a difference in how that money is collected in the first 2 years, because the principal sentence in your altered paragraph 21 is, if starting at the beginning of year 3, the district is not collecting a minimum of $27,194 in annual service charge revenue, the developer agrees to pay a monthly charge to make up the difference until such time there are 33 residential units connected to the system with active wastewater accounts. So in that case, then it would simply follow Exhibit C. And so what you're looking for in your paragraph 21 is simply more flexibility in years 1 and 2. Is that a fair summary?
That is a fair summary.
You're through? Jesse, are you?
Yes, I was unsure who you're talking to, Director Rainey. Yes, but yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Director Bailey.
Okay, so as I understand it, the request is to change the way this reads for a little bit of a deferment. So we would shift the burden to the ratepayer, but just temporarily. And then until this project gets on its feet. Is that?
There would be no shift of the burden to the ratepayers. It would simply defer the depreciation component only, not the actual cost component. And then we would make up that difference, because instead of doing it on a 20-year depreciation, we do it on an 18-year depreciation that would start in year 3. So it would be caught up if we didn't have adequate homes already closed within the community to meet that threshold. So all it's really looking at is a little bit of a cash flow issue, and it's still catching up. So those two alternatives are in the agreement, and what we're asking for is you adopt the alternative that we're proposing versus the other option.
So that's what's on the table, is whether we adopt that.
I get it now.
Thank you.
Jesse, so just to make sure we do this properly, in order to move forward, what we need to do is come to some consensus agreement of okaying these agreements, and then this request by the developer will be taken up afterwards with staff. Is that the way this is going to work? I thought that's what you said. If not, then tell me what I should be doing.
Okay, the way I envision this going, or the way I recommend that this goes, is that the board take a motion on each individual agreement and save the wastewater agreement to the very last. And then the board would, there would be somebody on the board, I presume, who would make a motion to approve the wastewater agreement, either with the existing paragraph 21 or with the developer's proposed paragraph 21. And then that board member would seek a second.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Any more questions for Mr. Koff? Anyone with any
Thank you.
questions or anything? Yes, please.
I had a question about the affordable home, California affordable thing. It does not. Since the first phase does not meet that criterion.
Speak in the microphone.
Okay. Since the first phase does not meet that criterion, what is the price of the houses compared to what the price of an affordable house would be? What is the difference?
Well, I wish I could answer that question right now, but as we're moving forward, every day, as we go forward with PG&E and we find that, they're changing some of their criteria as far as what we need to put in, even TUD a little bit with the staff, with the equipment that we have for the lift station and some of these other components, these things go up. So what we are doing is we still have to capture all the costs, and we look at as we go forward with this deal. The more affordable homes that we have that are in the clustered area that's near our front entrance, they will be developed as part of phase 2. And that's where we're hoping the more affordable housing comes in. But where we were with our housing 2.5 years ago and where we are with the cost right now has raised fairly substantially because of all the additional costs and what we're seeing out there. What we have to weigh that against is, where is the marketplace? What is the average price of homes in the marketplace with this housing that has the additional components of the community center, the trail system, the entrance features, and other things with that. So we still have to balance all of our costs associated against what is the market out there and what can it entail. And we also want to have a fairly good absorption in this community, because I don't want to be sitting here with just 10 homes sold 2 years from now with it. So those are all the things that we're still balancing out, and we'll hope to have those costs put together. We're looking to close some of the first homes in first quarter of next year, assuming we don't have a real wet winter. I know you guys would like to have a very wet winter, but it slows us down a little bit on our site development. So we'll have to see how that shakes out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else with?
Excuse me, I haven't had a meeting yet today. Good morning, I'm Quincy Yaley, the Community Development Director at the county. Don asked me to be here. I'm really here just to answer any questions that you might have. Director Balin, just to be really clear, there aren't going to be any deed restricted homes in the project. One of the things that helps make these projects affordable, in quotes, not technically affordable, but is the small lots that the homes will be built on, is the prefab nature of the units that they're going to be using. So there are hopefully other things that can help make the homes less expensive than maybe more of a rural residential lot. So I'm really just here to answer any questions. Of course, our department is committed to trying to work to get this project through as quickly as possible with as few hurdles. But it's very, as you know, and your staff know, going from a paper project to a physical project is night and day. And so our staff is spending a lot of energy to support the project, working with your staff as needed. So here to answer any questions you have.
Any board members with any questions? Anyone in the public with any questions for her? No. All right, then with that, I'll bring it back to the board. I guess what we'll do is start out with the, if there's no further comments or anything, I guess we'll start out with the looking for a motion as far as the water agreement first.
And just for clarifications, Director Ringen, what we're looking for is a motion to approve the water agreement and authorize the general manager to sign that agreement as presented for the Valley Vista development, phase 1.
So that's what we're looking for. Thank you, Jesse.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so I move that we approve the water, I wrote it down, now I can't read my notes, the water agreement and authorize the general manager to sign it.
Do I have a second?
I would second that.
Okay, no more further than all those in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Okay, it looks like it's 4-1. Okay, then we will move to the water tank agreement, and I'm not going to attempt to try and repeat what Jesse said, but same thing. Do we have a motion?
I move that we accept the resolution and authorize general manager to execute it.
Do I have a second?
I would second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 4-1. Awesome. Okay, now we get the good one. So, looking for a motion on the, yes, ma'am.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. So,
Okay,
go ahead.
all right, and I move that we approve the contract and the existing paragraph 21 and authorize the general manager to sign the agreement.
With the,
No, I'm recommending, I'm making a motion to approve it as it is now, the
Now.
existing, without any changes.
without any changes.
Okay.
Okay.
The wastewater agreement as presented, Director Balin.
Thank you. The wastewater agreement as presented. Thank you, Jesse. I'll get it.
May I take a minute to read?
Sure.
That's paragraph 21 on page 6, Jesse.
Correct. And then the alternative paragraph is a couple of pages past number 6.
We like to draw things out with suspense.
The other paragraph is beyond, okay, so that's developers suggested revision.
Okay. You've got it. You've got it, Director Boatright.
I'd be interested if staff has any comment about the proposed revision.
I'll give you mine real quick, and that simply is, this is truly the pleasure of the board. I don't have an opinion one way or another. This is, in my opinion, strictly your decision.
Next time, put your hand in the air. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, is there any more conversation, questions, or anything like that from the board? Sorry, Director Boatright, but we're gonna We're gonna bring it to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Looks like it's 4-1. Melissa, thank you. And I guess with that, thank you everyone that came in and everyone's input. Jesse, thank you for your help.
Clarification, do we need to act on the proposed revision?
That was part of it.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, now we can move on as soon as we get our president back.
I'm sending him a message.
While Director Kearns is coming in, yes, Director Jacobs, Director Balin's motion was as presented, which means as the wastewater agreement was presented with the existing paragraph 21 and did not consider the alternative that was proposed by the developer.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Melissa,
Okay.
item number 4.
Adopt closing resolution and authorize general manager to execute funding agreement for Sierra Pines Regional Water Treatment Facility project.
Okay. Can't tell you how honored I am and feeling privileged to introduce this item on behalf of an awful lot of people. This vision has been around for a long, long time, and there's a lot of people that came before us that were, this is their original vision, and here we are today after an awful lot of work and a lot of sustained commitment by multiple boards and board members and staff, and I'm just pleased as can be that we're here today. Your staff, 4-page staff report has a lot of detailed information, but certainly not everything that has transpired in 16 years. But there's enough in there to get you there. While I'm not going to read the whole thing, I do want to read a few highlights for the public and members of the audience who maybe aren't as familiar. And then just open it up for good discussion amongst your staff. Okay, so on October 23rd, 20 days ago, the Division of Finance Assistance issued the district a funding agreement in the amount of $45.6 million to construct a new 3 million gallon per day regional water treatment facility at Sierra Pines. This new plant will replace Cedar Ridge, Crystal Falls, Lakewood, Phoenix Lake, Ponderosa Hills, and Scenic View water treatment plants. That's 6 water treatment plants, as well as a number of facilities that support those systems, booster tanks, booster pumps, and water tanks. This funding package comes over 2 years after the district submitted a funding application for the project in August of 22, when the project cost estimate at that time was $46 million. This past May, the board hired Marsh Wagner to be our owner advisor. The first task that they were asked to do was to produce an updated detailed cost estimate for the project, which they determined to be between $55 million and $65 million. The low end of the new cost estimate is consistent with construction inflation, approximately 8% per year since the district submitted its funding application in 2022. Assuming the project cost falls in the middle of the cost estimate range and costs $60 million, there would be a $14 million shortfall. The next page has a couple of tables. The first outline the terms of the agreement, some of the components of the agreement. Number one that's listed is a $10 million loan with no interest with a 30-year term on it. The second component is a $27.5 million grant, which is huge. And the third component is an $8.1 million, 2.3% interest loan for 30 years. The next table is what staff got together to provide the board with some of the early options that we felt like we could throw out there on ways we can close this gap on the funding. Go ahead.
Mr. Perkins, could you state the page number as you're going through the?
I don't have a page. Let me try. Does any?
Either the PDF or the board packet.
It's
I'm on
139.
Started on 138 and 139. Does that sound right, guys? Okay. Sorry, Director Boatwright. So like I was saying, did you want to go back, Director Boatwright?
Yeah, we're talking about the current funding estimate. That's fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the second table there on that same page illustrates some of the ways that your staff feels like we can close this funding gap. And we don't really know what the funding gap is going to be right now, truly going to be. We have to go through some more analysis, more engineering design to boil this thing down. And Eric and Yadiel can explain that better if you want that information. But anyway, here's a list of some things that we can do. We can simply ask the board, the funding agency, to continue to loan us some more money, $14 million. We can self-perform. We have talented crews. We can self-perform some of this work and save. It's saying here a maximum potential of about $1 billion, but in my mind, it can be more than that. That's just what I see. We can reduce the scope of the project to save some costs. We could self-fund some of this through our existing CIP. We could ask USDA for some additional funds, which I think put USDA on notice that we may be asking. And later, Carolyn will give her some of her thoughts on potential loans. On the next page, we talk about 140. We talk about operation and maintenance cost savings. Most of us realize and understand that when we decommission and put away 6 treatment plants and various booster stations, and I don't mean 2 or 3, I'm like dozens of booster stations and tanks, there's going to be a significant savings on a month-to-month basis of overall operation maintenance costs, right? It just stands to reason, right? And so we're going to realize that immediately as soon as these plants are decommissioned.
Director Balin's got a question.
Yeah. How much and how does that compare with what this thing's going to cost?
That's a difficult thing for me to give you a tally on. We did put in here, for context at the bottom of this operation and maintenance cost savings paragraph. We talk about, for context, a 5% reduction in water treatment O&M expenses would equate to a savings of about $175,000 per year.
Including labor.
Mm-hmm. Now, the labor component is, it's going to be, we're going to realize that, later on. We've talked about while we're going to reduce the number of treatment plants by 6 or 5, because we're going to build one and reduce 6. Over time, we'll shift more of those forces, if we need them, to more of a distribution activities versus water treatment activities through natural attrition. And then the big.
I got one thing.
So what you're saying is the labor component will be savings, will be realized over time.
Over time.
And you think that you and staff agree that 5% is a reasonable target? Is that a low target? What do you think?
Conservative, I think.
I would say it's conservative.
Conservative. So you expect it to be higher in all likelihood?
It's really hard to know, I would say, at this point, and we kind of just put that out there as a reasonable target at this point. So much of it depends on when things are actually operational. And we see that with lots of these large projects, that it is difficult to estimate electricity. I mean, we'll have some electricity savings because smaller ones have been decommissioned, but then this is a larger one. So those types of things are hard to determine until we're actually in operation. But I would say that we've been somewhat conservative on this.
Okay, sounds reasonable. Director Rain.
So I like the thinking about trying to be nimble and trying to come up with options and so on. How is this going to affect our relationship or our efforts of working with Wagner Marsh?
Well,
I mean, you know,
yeah.
they were given a sort of a plan in the beginning, and now we're gonna kind of be changing things in the middle. I'm just wondering how flexible they're gonna be with this, as well as
Right.
whatever contractor
Right.
is selected.
Yeah, I think I have the answer here. They're aware of the funding package offered. They're
Right.
excited for us. They're on board. They're as nimble as we are.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah, it is good. I'm almost done. So obviously, there's a lot of future capital expenditures that we won't have to realize to the tunes of millions of dollars, right? Again, I don't want to go back to 2012 or whenever we did when this board did the analysis of all the different alternatives and we selected this one. But one of the ways we got here is we wouldn't have to reconstruct all of those other facilities and maintain them forever. So obviously there's going to be a huge future cost savings with this facility. I'm on my last few remarks and we can open it up for full discussion. Since TUD acquired the 46-acre property at Sierra Pines in 2008, the vision for the site has been a regional water treatment facility. Initial planning efforts started in 2010, which ultimately resulted in the board's preferred consolidation alternative. Since then, the district has invested over $7 million in capital improvement projects and over $500,000 in consulting and other non-capital projects towards maximizing consolidation capabilities and in anticipation of constructing a Sierra Pines regional water treatment facility. Now, 16 years later, the district is prepared and in a position to be able to afford to implement the board's vision. The State Water Resource Control Board funding agreement under consideration is the culmination of many years of sustained effort and is consistent with board adopted budgets, capital improvement plans, the board's strategic plan. The funding agreement is one of the largest grant awards issued by the state of California and represents the state's strong commitment towards water system consolidation, affordability, and reliability. And lastly, for me, I just, like I sort of said in the outset, we're not alone that are eager to see us be successful in constructing this regional water treatment facility. Like I said, there's a lot of people that came before us that had this vision, but even at the state level, between the Division of Finance and the Division of Drinking Water and all the different people in those organizations who are familiar with TUD, intimately familiar with TUD, are really, really rooting for us and hoping we can get this treatment plant constructed. And, the state has a mission for has a right to a safe and affordable water, and this is a step in that direction. They recognize that, and that's why they're willing to give us this kind of money. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Don. Any additional questions for Don?
Yes.
Director Boatright.
So on page 139 of the agenda packet, I guess we don't have page numbers on the actual agreement. It says no rate increase are proposed to fund this project. Therefore, debt service of $1.381 million would need to come from the district's annual water fund capital budget. And that the district's annual water fund capital budget currently average 6.5, 1.381 million would translate to a 20% reduction available in CIP funds. Is this a permanent solution? Are we able to move forward with 80% capital, 80% of the current level of capital funding through the duration of paying for this project? Or is this going to end up being, we're not looking at raising rates right now and the can gets kicked a little ways and then a future board is, basically required to raise rates to afford this?
I think I can answer this. I don't know if Carol, if you or anybody else would chime in, but to directly answer your question, I've helped develop and look closely at last couple of 5-year capital improvement plans. Excuse me. In there are certain projects that we would be able to eliminate if we, you know, I can't pull them out. We felt like we can't pull them out directly. Some of them we felt like we could defer until future years if this never came to fruition, but some of them are squarely in there just because of the father times tick talking on them. So anyway, try to make this short. I know we can reduce some of our 5-year capital improvement plans that will help fund this through CIP. That's answering your question, part of your question. The other part of your question is, can we survive with 80% of what we just asked for? And while it doesn't, we're saying we won't increase rates today for this reason, will we, you know, somewhere down the road, ask to raise rates? You know, I know now that what we do in the future is speculation. As all of you know, and the public, I hope, knows, there's a lot at stake, a lot that is facing this district. And the Sierra Pines is one of the biggest ones, in my humble opinion, the most important one, because it physically touches every one of our existing ratepayers, physically touches them. So, all right, not all of them, but most of them, right? Yeah, from sustainability. We also are, you know, we've got, we have, you know, PG&E looming, you know, in the future. You know, we need to be able to think about that in the future. And we also have the rest of our capital improvement plan of items that are in imminent failure, right? Or near imminent failure. We can't ignore those either. So what will we be asking the board in future years? I don't know. As we look backwards in our 32 years, thank you, 32 years of history, we've had, I won't say we've had steady rate increases. We haven't. We've been flat, then we've raised them and flat and raised them. We've done that. But when you look at it over 32 years, we've had increases regularly. I can't imagine that costs aren't going to continue to escalate. They just will. I'm praying, right? I'm really hedging a bet that this treatment plant and those deferred capital improvement projects will result in a net savings. So a decrease of what we may be asking. But it may not be tied to capital improvement. It may be tied to other things.
You know, my concern is, I don't know of the current district policy, and maybe one should be developed as to set a current, you know, dollars worth on today's dollar and maintain that, i.e. if our current capital fund is 6.5, we reduce that by this number of 1.3 or drop down to that 80%. Do we maintain that? That's our 80% for building future projects, and we maintain that until this funding is either by attrition of reduction of water treatment plants, and that funding then feeds back in against this. I just don't, on that statement of no rate increase are proposed to fund this project. A former chief financial officer told me directly that rate increases for a separate project would not be required, and then turned around a year and a half later and presented exactly that as to be needed. So if this statement is in here as part of this funding, I'd like assurance that, you know, that's the way this is going to ride. We don't put it in there unless we're going to back it up, kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
So, that's more of a statement. Isn't it?
No, I know.
So,
I know.
it's not,
I'm trying to,
you know, pointed at
stay my lane.
Anybody, but like I said, if we put it in here, I think we should back it up.
Yeah, good point. Director Balin?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Big Hill operation where we went in with it half baked and then we had to find the other money to finish the project and see, got it done. But anyway, I have 3 questions. Okay. When you talk about, this is, potential strategy number 5, USDA grant loan, does that include Army Corps of Engineer
I don't know. Sorry, I wish I knew.
for potential funder?
No, we haven't looked at the Army Corps as a potential funding source. This is exclusively USDA's same funding program and source that was used for the wastewater treatment plant.
Yeah, it seems that the state may or may not be reliable given their budget. And so any federal funding seems to be more reliable. Okay, and USDA, of course, we've used, but Army Corps has been used extensively by other agencies too, successfully.
Okay.
Okay, and it requires going back to DC and lobbying, but
Okay.
eventually got the money. I would say that just a swag that we're gonna need another probably 4 million for that the accounting for construction costs increases. I just can't see this number as static. And so I would think that this is conservative, 14.4. Once we get rolling, we're gonna actually have to factor in the increased costs.
And I'll say just briefly about the construction cost estimate prepared by Marsh Wagner. It has over 900 line items, extremely detailed. And they even brought a contractor out here to physically see the site. He contacted and met with vendors, looked at labor. So the cost estimate is sound in terms of its detail. It includes a cost escalation to the midpoint of construction. And I think it was using a 3.25% annual inflation, which inflation has cooled a bit. But part of the reason there's this big span, and we've chosen the midpoint, is that there are still unknowns out at the site, including rock, groundwater, where all of the spoils material will go. And without going into much detail, we feel that it was prudent not to assume that all of those risks would come to bear on the project, but that we would resolve through the design build process some of these issues and bring that cost down, but not all the way to the 55 million, which is the low end. But yes, cost escalation is factored in there for our construction duration of 2 years or so.
Okay. And my 3rd question is, how much the consolidation incentive funding will we get for this?
Yeah, it's currently in the agreement already, and I believe it's the actual principal forgiveness amount, which they've included 1.8 million already in there for the consolidation of Curtis Creek. So it is already in the current agreement.
Is the consolidation factored for every tank or every plant that goes offline? Do we get consolidation points, or is this just a one thing?
Good question. In the table, it lists that there could be some consolidation incentive gained from future consolidations. The state will not give us incentive to consolidate our own facilities, including tanks and treatment plants. However, on page 204 of the staff report is a table that has all of the facilities and the other water systems in our area. And to the extent that we end up consolidating some of the, I shouldn't say consolidating, having those water systems connect, then we would avail ourselves to the incentive from the state. But we didn't actually plug a number in there because we don't know when and how many of those water systems would connect to Sierra Pines in the future. So we're being conservative.
Thank you.
Sure.
Director Regan.
Adding on to that conversation, that was probably one of the big reasons why they were enthusiastic about this project, was just what could happen in the future.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We meet with them pretty regularly, them being the Division of Finance and the Division of Drinking Water, all the regulators who oversee us and all the other county. And so that's exactly what even locally we're talking, they're hoping, and we see this statewide. You know, when you and I were at Aqua, we sat in one of the breakout sessions on this very topic. And I've mentioned before, we didn't coin this phrase. One of the Cassie Sean before I did, you know, we are the poster child for consolidation, and they're pointing all systems to TUD to see it, look at our model and see what we're doing. So, yeah.
Well, it was a pretty impressive list that was in the agenda item as to what possibly could happen in the future.
17, right? I think is what it was.
Yeah, it was, I don't remember the exact number, but it was quite a few. And I mean, yes, some of them maybe not for years and years, if ever, but still, I'll bet there's going to be more than what we really want right away.
Well, just to further the conversation, again, you know, also we're working on, especially Eric Johnson and I, working with the state on a Tuolumne County Consolidation Water System Study. And so there are, of the 17, I think there's 2 or 3 that are categorized as at risk of failure. So these systems, community mutual systems, whatever kind of systems they are, have a request into the state for some assistance. So this is going to be part of the analysis.
Well, I bring this up because just recently I was almost accosted at something that I was attending, and it was a person that was involved in a local small water district, and I guess the state's putting their thumb down on him hard, and he was blaming us for wanting to take him over, and I said, no. We don't want anything to do with you. We're not involved in that, but you're right. There's some things that are going to be coming down the pike here pretty quick.
Director Boatright.
A question for future consolidation, mutual water companies. Have we contacted any of them to see if there's an interest in consolidation at this point that, you know, basically they're just ready to give that up, or is that?
I'll lead it off, and Eric, you're just going to clean up the details, but I'm 90% sure that way back when a couple of you guys were on the board and we went through this alternatives analysis, right? We did reach out to some of the logical ones that came to our mind, just to, hey, we're thinking about doing this. Do you have any interest, right? Some might have said, yes, we have a little interest. Some categorically said, nope, we have no interest. So yes, but I don't know the details. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We did reach out during the treated water system optimization plan, probably like in 2012, long time ago. And the consistent response was, well, maybe we're interested in connecting to a Sierra Pines, but how much is it going to cost? And of course, at that time, we didn't have any information to share. So it was more just kind of testing the waters. But more recently, the regional consolidation study that is being funded and undertaken by the state, their task has been to reach out to these 16 water systems, and they're getting mixed reviews. I think 6 of them have indicated, yes, we're interested right now. But there's, of course, a lot of local control issues, cost, and they have their own capital plans and whether or not their facilities are really in disrepair right now and need it. So the state has taken the lead on that. And for the same reason, Director Ringen, you had that exchange at an event you were at. We've stepped back. We let the state run lead on all engagement and outreach. We're there to support them, but we're not actively out to consolidate these systems. But once Sierra Pines is there, I do think a lot of water systems in the vicinity will look at that and say, okay, it's been designed, it's constructed, it's ready to serve. And the state will continue to propose consolidation. When they come to seek grant funding, they have to analyze consolidation. And quite frequently, it will be the preferred alternative. They won't be able to get grant funds without going through consolidation.
Okay. Are we looking at, a significant project of transmission line to get water to these other areas where these mutual companies are?
The project, the Sierra Pines project does include off-site transmission mains, but those mains are primarily so that we can consolidate our existing treatment facilities. This district has already built portions of those. When we did the Techite replacement, we sized that and put two pipes in one specific location below the Comstock tank so that when Sierra Pines goes online, we will send water in the opposite direction up to Crystal Falls and eventually up to Cedar Ridge so we can consolidate that. The Mount Provo grant-funded pipeline project has been designed to take water all the way down to Ponderosa Hills and would be fully utilized once Sierra Pines was online. And then also your board funded through capital the Ridgewood transmission line, and that was also designed for the future eventual construction of Sierra Pines to consolidate Scenic View and Phoenix Lake Park. So we've done most of the transmission. If another water company wanted to consolidate, they would need to fund the extension of transmission to their service area and then possibly replace all of their distribution lines to meet our standards before we would accept them.
With the state revolving fund, when we make an application for a project, i.e. this project, we put in an application 2 years ago, thereabouts. Is there not a box to check as far as, and certainly the inflation rate over the last couple of years is kind of an anomaly. Isn't there some way to have those numbers carry inflationary, loan and grant, funding?
The state allows for a budget amendment process that's intended to happen after, normally these projects are conventionally bid. So, you might get a funding agreement, it might take 2 years, and then it might take another year to actually do the plans and the specifications, circulate for bids. And then when that bid comes in, frequently it is higher than the initial funding agreement amount. And then there's an amendment process. In this particular case, given the size of the project, we would certainly pursue that avenue, but we may look at just a separate funding agreement for the additional loan component. Because we're doing design build, our goal, as we've told the board, is to avoid the bid day surprise. And through design build, by the time we get to 30% and 60%, it will be much quicker than if we were doing a conventional, do all the plans and then put it out to bid and you're at the mercy of the market. So we're going to have data to present to this board along the path here at 30 and 60%, and it will inform how much we need to pursue through additional financing. And it may not be the State Water Board. Carolyn's identified a few other sources where we could also get loan.
Decreasing the scope of the project as part of, meeting the funding gap, what is proposed there? And I'm coming at it from the standpoint of an operator and operations. And when an operator is looking at a certain size project, they realize how the operation would go. And so, well, we're going to cut this out, we're going to cut that out. And suddenly the operations then becomes more difficult. Maybe an explanation or a wiping off the table of
excellent. And there's a lot of reasons why I appreciate you, but this is one of them. This is for sure one of them that you always, not always, but you oftentimes, because you spent 30 years in operation, think about the people that are going to be running this facility forever. After we're all Yahoo, they're stuck with something. So I appreciate that. I too have that same feeling as you do. And we insist that the operations staff, Trevor Cowden, and his staff are involved every step of the way and are signing off on anything that's proposed. In fact, it's really truly Trevor that is going to lead the discussion about any scope modifications. So thank you.
That's all I have.
Good points, David. Director Jacobs.
First of all, my response is wow. Wow, thank you so much for everybody that has been involved and people that aren't in this room to make this feasible. This is like a once in a lifetime opportunity, and it's a, I'm honored to be able to be part of part of a team that putting final touches on a huge Herculean effort and dedication, beyond the call of duty to make this happen. So much appreciated. I just want to let everyone know that.
Thank you.
We were talking about design build, and as I'm reading through the agreement, like 52 pages or so, there's a number of references to a requirement for competitive bidding. Could you maybe enlighten me on that?
Jesse, I'm not sure if you heard the question, but would you mind addressing that?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah.
There you go.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, we've been proceeding on the basis of doing this project on a design build basis. In the agreement that, as I understand it, there are a number of references to a requirement for competitive bidding. So I just want to reconcile those two.
Yeah, the references, we've made it abundantly clear to the State Water Board that this is going to be a design build project. And without knowing the specific provisions in the agreement to which you are referring, there are references to competitive bidding, but they also include provisions, or there'll be a clause such as applicable. And that is what we are using for the utilization of the design build. In this situation, we're not going to be competitively building this project. As you know, it's going to be design build. The State Water Board has asked for the authority allowing TUD to do this as design build. We have shared that authority with the State Water Board. And so TUD does not have to, and I do not envision this district having to competitively bid this project. It may ultimately be bid because we're going to pursue design build initially. And then if something goes wrong, well, not something goes wrong, but if that turns out to not work out, if that does not turn out to benefit the district in the manner that it sees fit, then we are going to reserve the right to bid out the project competitively. Does that help?
It does. I just didn't see anything in the agreement that reflected our previous discussions about design build.
Okay.
The language that I saw was pretty much standard public funding language requiring competitive bidding.
Yes, yes. And that's gonna, and it's formulaic, or it's boilerplate language, but this contract is going to be built or this project is going to be built with design build. And if you know the specific provision, I can pull up the contract and take a look at it with you.
It'll take a second to track it down, but
Okay, well, it will take a second for me as well to bring, it's a very large file, this contract.
yes.
Well, while you guys are looking for that, I just want to comment, Eric Hall desperately did not want to leave this meeting today. He wants to be a part of it, but he's meeting with Rick Lynn and EN2, and they're meeting with the fire chiefs to further their work on the fire plan, the fire water draft point. So
Right on.
right. Good. Sorry.
So Jesse, it's on page 28 of the 52-page document.
Okay,
Specifically paragraph C.3.7. That's one of the places. It occurs throughout the document.
Yeah, it's loading here. I think I'm in the
And
same
what,
situation that Director Boatwright was in earlier at getting the circle of death here.
well, while we're waiting for that, I had another question. When we do projects with our own labor force, how does that is that compatible with the requirement for prevailing wage in the document?
Yeah, that's another, public agencies are exempt from prevailing wage. And that is also in the labor code, but those sorts of provisions aren't reflected in the boilerplate that you often see in these contracts. So you just, it's confusing because you read one thing in the contract and then, but you know, when you dive deeper into it, it turns out that that provision simply doesn't apply. But public employees are not subject to prevailing wage, and they are also not subject to licensing requirements, contracting, you know, state license requirements for contractors. Public employees are not required to have a contractor's license. So I now have the document. And the page again, please.
Page 28.
28.
And there's another reference on page 36. It's C.3.29. In addition to the one I gave you before.
Page 29. Okay, C. Page 29.
I'm sorry. The first reference was page 28, C.3.7.
3.7. Okay. Yes, right there. Must adhere to any applicable state law or local ordinance for competitive bidding and applicable labor laws. And so in this situation, there is specific legislation allowing TUD to utilize design build. And really TUD as a county water agency isn't even required to competitively bid its public projects. TUD often chooses to do so because there are advantages in doing so, but TUD is not statutorily required to competitively bid any project unless there is a requirement like through contract or something like that. But right here, C.3.7 has that clause in it that I mentioned earlier, must adhere to any applicable state law. We don't have one. TUD is not subject to one.
Okay, yeah, and the second reference is on page 36, C.3.29, and it looks like the language is pretty much the same. So that answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah, they like to repeat. Lawyers like to repeat themselves in these documents. They, you know, it's an embarrassment sometimes how sometimes. Yeah, they like to say things over and over again because they're concerned they didn't make the point the first time. So with that, I will stop talking and not repeat myself.
All right, any other comments or questions? Director Ringen.
I don't want to elongate this, but I just want to let everyone know, especially the people in public, that this is really a momentous occasion in the fact that I can remember back in 2012 when I was first on the board, the board was presented with, from staff, 10, I think there was 10 different options at that time. And I was the lone person that wanted I wanted the big shiny castle on the hill, meaning the Sierra Pines deal, because I wanted it all to be gravity fed downhill. Well, I didn't make it on that deal, but I got part of it. At least it's gonna replace about 6 treatment plants. So, But in closing, what I did do is I called Tom Sasha, who is our long time district engineer, and let him know that today's the day that the thing that he envisioned way back when was finally going to have a name on the line to get some money to get started. So he was pretty happy about that. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Director Reagan. Anybody else? Director Boatright.
Just for understanding in my mind, the resolution that have the posed question of today is accepting the funding agreement through the state water fund for the initial 45 million needed to go forward with this project. At what point will we be looking at a funding agreement to take us the rest of the way on that contingency of 50 to 65?
What's our step? What's that step? Go ahead.
I think the initial step is going back, I'll let Eric correct me, but is going back to the state after this is signed. Because one of the things is they're very invested in the project and they want to see that we're invested in the project as well. So going back to them and Eric has daylighted to them and I think they're used to these types of things that oftentimes the costs are higher than the original, is to go back to them and state, hey, looks like we're going to be higher. Is there anything else that the state can chip in? So I don't know if that answers your question, but then depending on that answer, we are also exploring lots of other options as well. So it's kind of depending upon that first initial answer from the state.
Options for the entire funding of the project, or just options to look at that differential?
Yeah, the differential.
The differential, yeah.
And we're about 90% complete with our USDA funding application. They've already looked at the initial financials, but since the board just adopted the audited financials, now we will re-present those to USDA. So we're going to run in parallel here. I think our preference would be to use the state water board funding and just secure some additional there at a lower interest rate. But we have USDA as another alternative, and Carolyn has other sources she's looking at. So timing wise, it's not clear when exactly, but it would certainly be before your board decides to proceed with construction. That's a point of no return there. And I think there's sufficient time for us to build this, do the design, build the cost estimate, refine the cost estimate, and secure this funding before you're faced with that decision to actually break ground.
So one other question, do we have a estimate of time it will take for construction, start to finish, approximate? Are we looking at a 2-year build or longer?
From actual start of physical construction to the end, I'm looking back at Gadiel, about 2 years.
2 years. All right, thank you.
Okay, I'll just add on to Director Ringen's comments. I wasn't here back in the day when you guys, or when TUD acquired that property, but this is a momentous day. And this is a first giant step to curing one of our bugaboos in our massive footprint that we have, that we've acquired all these old and failing systems over the last 30 years. And it's a big step to bringing, to gathering up all those wild horses, if you will, and getting them closer to being in one big corral. So I'm really looking forward to this, and I'm glad that we've arrived here. We still got a lot of work to do before we can put a shovel in the ground, but this is a biggie, and honored to be here today. Okay, with that, I will open up to any public comment. Don't see any, then I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion that, our GM is John Henry on that agreement.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to authorize the general manager to execute funding agreement with the California Water Resources Control Board. And is there any further comment? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Oh, Jesse, go ahead.
Mute.
It takes a while to get to that button. I was just going to ask to amend the motion. The board needs to adopt the closing resolution and authorize the general manager to sign the contract. The resolution.
I've got it right here, Ron, if you'd like to read it. You want to?
No, I'll just say,
Okay.
yeah, that's exactly what my motion is.
We have to adopt it.
Shall I repeat it? I'll
Yeah.
repeat it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so your motion then is to adopt closing resolution and authorize the general manager to execute funding agreement number D 2302104 with the California Water Resources Control Board Division of Financial Assistance for construction of the Sierra Pines Regional Water Treatment Facility projects. Does that sound good?
No, it sounds great. And thanks for Jesse always keeping me in line.
Okay, and the second was Director Jacobs?
Yes.
And you're okay with that change?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, one last chance for public comment or board comment. All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Yes.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good job, guys. Okay. Next item is staff reports. Anybody have anything?
I'm tired.
Okay. How about you three? Anything?
Just a daylight to you at the next board meeting, the November 12th meeting, I'll be bringing the Tuolumne Utilities District Annex of the Tuolumne County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan to the board for approval, as FEMA has accepted our updates and has approved it. And so this is just the last step to adopt that plan.
Okay, thank you, Abby. All right, move on to director's communications and reports. Director Jacobs, why don't you kick us off?
Yes, very briefly, I attended on the 16th of this month, I attended the T-Stan Irwin meeting along with Director Ringen.
Okay, Director Balin?
I have nothing to report. I have nothing to report.
Okay, we did do our water committee yesterday.
Oh,
So,
I did the water committee yesterday. My episodic memory is intact, but my short-term memory is. All right, yes, and we made the recommendation to approve the project.
yes, we did. Thank you. Director Ringen?
10-11. Participated in the Mountain Counties Water Resource Association Governance Committee meeting. The Mountain Counties is on a quest to replace 3 board members that are moving on. So it's they're going to be busy, and it's really a shame to lose those 3 board members. That board has been extremely productive. Barbara Balin just happens to be one of them. So at any rate, we're sorry to see them go, but we'll work real hard to try and find some good replacements. 10-14, attended the CSDA chapter meeting. Also on 10-14, attended the LAFCO meeting. They are in a complete restructuring point, and I'm not going to get into it, but what a job. But when they get done, LAFCO is finally going to be doing the job that they're supposed to have been doing for many years now. So they're on their way. 10-15, attended a ad hoc committee meeting, which we discussed possible biosolids to biochar project. 10-16, attended and participated in the T-Stan JPA and WAC meeting with field trip out to the Black Oak Band of Miwok's, the new dam project. They've renovated the Mill Pond Dam. That was huge, huge project, and it's gonna be great for the community for fire resources and many other things. So that was very productive. 10:16. That was what I just said. 10:21, TUD Water Committee meeting, which Director Balin just mentioned. 10:21, TUD special closed session with all the rest of my board members. And somehow I squeezed in 2 early morning meetings with GM Perkins for pertinent things, that one of them being the project for the biosolids and biochar, just things that needed to be discussed that we're working on. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Director Boatright.
No reports at this time.
Okay. I'll just,
President Kearns, I have an amendment or addition. On October 2nd, I believe, can't remember if it's the 2nd or the 3rd. In any case, we, myself and Director Ringen and Director Balin attended a MCR WA event in Murphy's, which included a tour of their wooden flume. And we had some great representation from some of the local governing authorities. So that was quite an eye opener. And it occurred to me, I had no idea how closely allied we are with our neighboring county. We share a lot of common ground and a lot of common challenges. So it was very worthwhile.
thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, the only 2 things I have to report on is also yesterday at our water committee meeting and our recommendation to the full board, and also the biosolids meeting that Director Ringen put together on our ad hoc committee. And Ron did a tremendous amount of work preparing for that. So thank you, Ron. Just wanted to bring that up. Okay, that's it for that. Melissa, would you like to read our next item, please?
Okay. Closed session, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, position general manager.
Okay, we'll go ahead and convene to closed session, and we're going to take a 5-minute break. So thank you. Be in the conference room. Oh, we are? Yeah. Yeah.
Right. I didn't I could be the last one here, but here I am. I only sat here for a long time.
Let me know when you're ready. We're good? Okay. Ready, Melissa?
I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, we're reconvening to open session here and closed session disclosure. The board would like to report out a closed session that it has completed the general manager's performance evaluation process for 2024. Now the board will discuss and consider public employee compensation and amendment to the general manager employment agreement. Following the general manager's performance evaluation results and per the general manager's employment agreement, now is the time that the board may discuss and consider any compensation or benefit changes for the general manager. So is there any suggestion or motion to be made here?
Okay, I guess with all that's been discussed and so on, as a suggestion, maybe a increase of 5% and a change in his contract for use of vehicle. He has use of vehicle right now, but it's very inconvenient as if he has early morning appointment or whatever, he has to come all the way in here to pick up the vehicle and then go to the up the hill or wherever to the appointment. So my recommendation would be to change his contract so that he has use of the vehicle to and from home as well as for during the business hours.
Yeah, or middle of the night if he needs to go somewhere. Yeah,
Well,
emergency.
which
Yeah.
happens, I think.
Yep, absolutely, it does. Okay, so just to recap then, 5% merit increase and 24-hour use of vehicle to change his contract so that he has full access of his vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
For district purposes.
Is that the right term is for 5% merit?
Well, that, you know, that's a good point.
5% salary increase.
5% salary increase. Okay.
It's a good point.
Okay. And did you say something, Jesse?
Yes, use of the district vehicle for district purposes.
Correct.
Okay. So do you want that motion restated, Jesse?
It sounds like I have a motion to increase the salary by 5% effective, I assume today, along with the removal of the clause in the general manager contract, section 5A, that prohibits the use of a district vehicle to and from his residence.
Does that sound what you meant there, Ron?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to raise the general manager's salary 5% and to give him, to remove the clause about his vehicle to and from work. Is there any discussion? We've had lots of discussion, so. Okay, with that then, no public here. We'll open the public forum, but there's nobody here, so we'll close it. Last chance, discussion, nothing? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. All right, that's our last item. We will adjourn the meeting at 1:07.
Thank you all.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Jim.